zapaziko wanzangaye nyaba uyu umoyo na upunzira molimba nikana nkala wa ulesi kana kangi olimpikira koma lelo napeza chikondi chopambana tichizikweza yaichilibesanje chimapirira ichini chikondi chazoona amalumenirangireni amani chikondi chopambana chapazanganirandireni amani chikondi chopambana zapaziko abale bangae chikondi chochokera kwangu Yesu abale bangae chikondi chochokera kwangu Yesu zotukanitwa mabale bangae nalemanazo zonyozedwa balongozi banga kodi simumaona chisanzo chinasiyamu Yesu titinga yese ponda mapati mwawo anadiana wotimwa kupulumutsa mbaba kutilitali yese opanda kusanga uyu ndiye mtima ni mafuno nkana nao maikalanga leo umelirandiranye chapazanganirandiranye chachokera kwangu Yesu chikoti chachokera kwangu Yesu umelirandiranye abale bangae chikondi chochokera kwangu abale banga chikondi chochokera kwangu Yesu
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television. The big day is finally here. I'm sure you've heard a lot of people talking about a centenary, which marks 100 years from the time the legislature started, Claudette.
Absolutely. So the National Assembly of Zambia has been in existence for more than 9 decades, since 1924. And under the British Protectorate then, and since then, the National Assembly of Zambia has evolved tremendously. And so, to celebrate the 100 years of the National Assembly of Zambia, we lined up a number of events. Among them is what is going to be happening today at the struck of midnight. It's going to be the hoisting of the Zambia national flag.
Yes, so expect Madam Speaker to house the flag here at Parliament grounds, and also we expect the Republican Vice President to be present here. And at 21:30, we expect some invited dignitaries to start arriving here at Parliament building. My name is Paul Sentindovi.
I'm Claudette Bajonga. I would like to thank you so much for tuning in to Parliament television. I must mention that we are also coming to you live on Parliament Radio. So we've lined up a number of items as a build-up to midnight. We did speak to a number of civil society organizations that actually talked about the contributions that the National Assembly has made towards development of the country process.
But then we also took our cameras and microphones just to interact with the local people, just to appreciate what they know about the centenary and how Parliament has affected them, and also just receiving some congratulatory messages from the general public. And also, Claudette, one interesting thing, people do exercise their right by going to vote, voting for their representative to come here in Lusaka at Mandahill in Parliament to represent them. And Parliament has got about 3 rows, one which is oversight, and the other one is representation and also budget approval. And one thing that me earlier when I was just going through literature regarding what we are commemorating today is when it started in 1924. We had a governor who was presiding over business, and business could only be presided by a governor or a person that was appointed by the governor to preside, and there was no the speaker like what you are witnessing today.
So for more of what we just said, we'll be talking to one of our staff. He's actually from the Journals and Paper Office, the Deputy Director, Mr. Alex Kapata. He's going to give us more regarding where we started from up to where we are today. And so do look out for that live interview right here at Parliament building.
We do have the bands, the Zambia Army, and our very own National Assembly choir just controls the very catchy song talking about the centenary. Yesterday during the rehearsal, I saw you getting scared, Claudette, during the fireworks display. I'm definitely looking forward to that moment, Claudette.
Exactly, there's going to be fireworks all over at the stroke of midnight, so we urge you to stay tuned right here and look out for what we have in store for you. And
so for starters today?
Yes, we did speak to some members of the public.
Yes.
They had very nice things to say about the National Assembly and some advice on top of that.
So let's look at what people had to say regarding this very important and some of the interesting messages that people shared with us.
Representing the voice of the people.
As the National Assembly clocks 100 years, what I wish to state is we now need to shift, I think, from the way in which some legislations or pieces of legislation are being structured. We now need to factor in how progressive laws are supposed to be instituted in our pieces of legislation. One of the laws that I wish to advocate for as the National Assembly clocks 100 years is one to do with the terms of office for parliamentarians. I think I would like to advocate for the fact that they're supposed to now get to be entitled to 2 terms of office, just like the presidential terms, not to have members of parliament that stay there in perpetuity. We need people with fresh brains and fresh ideas to make sure that Zambia or the National Assembly is able to inculcate progressive laws into the way the affairs of this nation are going to run.
As the National Assembly hits 100 years of existence, I'd like to wish them all the best as they celebrate 100 years of existence, and that God would bless them and give them all the wisdom that they need as they deliberate on national issues to make our lives better.
On this day, I just want to wish a happy 100 years to National Assembly. Thank you.
I just want to wish National Assembly happy 100 years.
Monga nkani ya nankani ya parliament. Palwanga ine parliament ni wishinga kuenda kusogoro. Ya ni pempa chabe mtendere noti kuti kuyambana parliament bonga ni chani ndiye komwe kumachokera mtendere wonse bantu bapano pa Zambia mtendere kumachokera ku parliament. Parliament ingesina pange vintu vanzeru sitinga nkhale bwino. So ni wishinga che mtendere kuenda maezi na maezi.
I just want to wish a happy 100 years to the National Assembly of Zambia.
I just want to wish the National Assembly a happy 100 years and more years, and we pray for peace in the nation. Stay blessed.
I just want to wish the National Assembly a happy 100 years anniversary.
I wish happy 100 years to the National Assembly of Zambia.
I'm very happy pakumanisha 100 years National Assembly. So ndi chintu chimwe cha kukankamusha sana, so that abali bonse abanga kumanya 100 years bafwire batashopa ubuteko bweso bule tusunga kusafika pali inoshita.
Niyamikira National Assembly familia kwanisa 100 years. So niyamika pa bintu bonse ba Zambia.
Nambera mushe National Assembly kwanisa 100 years. Nane ndeveno shinga. Thank you.
Ndoto tero icharo cha Zambia pakwikaro mtende. Happy birthday National Assembly.
Ndoto tero sana pakwanisha 100 years muli a National Assembly.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
What is the name of this bird?
I don't know. Can't get the audio. House talking about the National Assembly of Zambia. Today, on this special program, we look at some of the speeches that the great sons of this country have delivered to the House. My name is Paul Sentinel.
Every president since the first Republican president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, has addressed Parliament, marking the beginning of a session of Parliament. The address is a statement of government policy, highlighting the legislative and policy initiatives, achievements during the preceding year, and gives a broad indication of the agenda for the year ahead. On 13th December 1973, first Republican President Dr. Kenneth Kaunda arrived at Parliament buildings to officially open the first session of the Third National Assembly. The presidential entourage, in a stately procession, mounted the steps accompanied by traditional drummers, entered Parliament buildings. The president began his address by congratulating the Speaker, Dr. Robinson Nabuliato, for his re-election as Speaker of the House.
Let me, first of all, congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on your re-election. I also congratulate the old and new members of Parliament upon their success in the general elections. We have had our second post-independence general elections under the new constitution. The elections were held in an unprecedented atmosphere of calm. The political breeze which blew in certain constituencies did not turn into a storm. The ripples did not turn into waves, differences into conflicts, and campaigns into fights. This is a record for which this nation must feel proud. The path to participatory democracy, the path to economic and social progress based on equality of opportunity lies through the people. Lies through the people.
After being in power for 27 years, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda lost the elections to Frederick Jacob Titus Chiluba, and on 2nd November 1991, the new president was sworn in as second Republican president, signaling the birth of the Third Republic and a new democratic system in Zambia. On 29th November 1991, President Chiluba opened Parliament in the new republic. Here is an extract from President Chiluba's address to Parliament.
The NMD government has reoriented the services and made them non-partisan, patriotic, professional, productive, and subordinate to civilian authority, as established by the 1996 Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. The government of that day ignored all the signs and warnings of the impending economic disaster. When the treasury was depleted, that government's inflation peaked to over 300%. At $7.2 billion US, Zambia's external debt was one of the highest in the world on a per capita basis.
On 2nd January 2002, Dr. Levi Patrick Mwanawasa became the third Republican president, taking over from Dr. Frederick Jacob Chiluba. On 13th of January 2006, President Mwanawasa opened the 5th session of the 9th National Assembly. He began his address by highlighting the parliamentary business that was transacted in the previous year.
Mr. Speaker, in 2005, a total of 25 government bills were considered and passed by this August House, allowing my government to translate long-standing national policies into law in line with our political, social, and economic aspirations. Some of the important bills that the House considered and passed in the last year include: 1. The Penal Code Amendment Bill number 14 of 2005. 2. The National Health Services Repeal Bill number 16 of 2006. And 3. The Banking and Financial Services Amendment Bill. I must point out, Mr. Speaker, that the enactment of these bills into law has given government better tools for providing effective service to our people. During the same session, the honorable members of Parliament continued to hold the executive accountable by openly and freely debating parliamentary questions, private members' motions, ministerial statements, and papers laid on the table. In these deliberations, members of Parliament demonstrated their capacity to question government activities so as to ensure that the collective aspirations of our people are fulfilled. It has been gratifying to me, Mr. Speaker, to see the enthusiasm and courage with which honourable members of Parliament conducted their debates on both sides of the House. This clearly demonstrates that our democracy is working, that our nation is poised for greater achievements in the attainment of good governance.
Following the demise of Dr. Mwanawasa in 2008, Mr. Rupia Bwezani Banda became the fourth Republican president on 2nd November 2008. In 2009, President Banda's address to Parliament touched on various issues affecting Zambians and made a pledge to improve the welfare of farmers and empower Zambians with land.
Mr. Speaker, my government will support irrigated agriculture, especially among small-scale farmers who depend on rain-fed agriculture for their livelihood. These farmers are the worst hit in times of drought or floods, and the seasonal nature of their activities means that they will not have produce all the year round. In spite of such challenges, this year's irrigated maize crop will harvest some 100,000 tons. Land. Mr. Speaker, fair and equal access to land is an ongoing issue which my government will continue to address. My government will this year expedite the process of identifying land for allocation to our people and to investors. But it is very important that land distribution is carried out in an efficient and transparent manner.
In October 2011, President Banda lost elections to Mr. Michael Chilufya-Sata, who became Zambia's fifth Republican president. In January 2012, President Sata officially opened Parliament in a colorful ceremony, setting the tone on how his government would rule the country.
Now that the elections are behind us, it is time for us all to focus on forging ahead with the development of our country. On my part, I wish to reiterate my pledge to make Zambia a better place for all, in line with our peer vision, which is, and I quote, "The citizens of this great land not only deserve better lives, but are entitled to better lives." To all my colleagues in PF and the opposition, I say it is time to put Zambia first in the interest of achieving our social and economic development. Elections, Honorable Mr. Speaker, I would like to salute the people of Zambia, regardless of their political affiliation, for peacefully participating in this year's election. Our people's spirit demonstrates the well-renowned peaceful character and maturity of the Zambian people, and the respect which we accord one another as we elect our leaders.
On 28th of October 2014, President Michael Sata died, and on 20th January 2015, Mr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu was elected as the 60th Republican president. On 30th September 2016, President Lungu opened Parliament for the first time. On 17th of March 2017, he addressed Parliament on progress made in the applications of national values and principles as provided for in the 2016 amended Constitution under Article 86(1).
Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these national values and principles are appreciated and fully applied, a lot of civic education should be undertaken at all levels. I'm saying so because people are wondering where I got these values and principles. They're in the Constitution. These values and principles are national. They are in the Constitution itself. So go and read afterwards. They're not coming from PF or from anybody. They're coming from your Constitution, our Constitution. Government will therefore embark on sensitization programs aimed at reaching every man, or is it every woman, every man, and child in all corners of this country, so that they get to know what these national values and principles are. I call upon all relevant stakeholders to join government in this national cause. Once the national values and principles become universal, there will be authentic parameters of our behavior, and people will know who is a Zambian. Mr. Speaker, for us to move ahead as a nation, we need to inculcate these values and principles in our children, and this entails introducing these values and principles in the school curricula. I expect, therefore, that all of us will take part in the educational effort, and the ministry responsible will begin devising mechanisms and strategies to ensure that these principles don't just remain in the Constitution.
After having contested in the 5 previous elections, Ms. Hakainde Hichilema won the 12th August 2021 presidential election with over 59% of the vote. As per constitution requirement, on 13th of September 2021, the 7th Republican President, Ms. Hakainde Hichilema, officially opened the first session of the 13th Assembly. The ceremony was characterized with pomp and splendor. After all the outside formalities, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly B. Muti, MP, was on hand to receive the head of state and proceeded to the Speaker's office to sign in the visitor's book. In his first address, the 7th Republican President spoke about the enormous responsibility the Zambian people had placed on the new administration.
Madam Speaker, it is a great honor for me to be here today to address this August House on the official opening of the first session of the 13th National Assembly. This session marks the beginning of my first 5-year mandate as President of the Republic of Zambia. And I'm honored to be the first President to address this August House in the presence of the first female Speaker of the House. I thank the Almighty God for giving me and the United Party for National Development the opportunity to serve the people of this great country. My profound gratitude goes to the people of Zambia for the overwhelming election victory and trust in me as their president. I'm truly humbled by the responsibility that you, the Zambian people, have placed in our hands. We, in turn, shall serve you diligently and in accordance with your aspirations. As we begin our first term in office, our administration will embark on a national development agenda to ensure accelerated economic recovery. Our vision is to have a united and prosperous Zambia that will provide equal opportunities for all our people. We are determined to meet the basic needs of every Zambian and create a conducive environment for Zambia to become a prosperous middle-income country. We will implement policies to address the fiscal deficit while ensuring that confidence is restored in the markets. All the markets, trading and financial markets, all of them.
6 months later, after the maiden address to Parliament, President Hakainde Hichilema addressed Parliament on the progress made in the application of national values and principles. This is a requirement under Article 9 and 86(1) of the Zambian Constitution.
Madam Speaker, as a new administration, new Dawn administration, we recognize the importance of these national values and principles in shaping our individual as well as national character. At individual level, Madam Speaker, they shape the moral fiber for personal development, our personal development. At institutional level, they guide in decision-making and implementation of policies. At national level, these values and principles are an important moral compass. And this is extremely important, Madam Speaker. They promote hard work, accountability, self-discipline, which are all critical to national development. We should therefore embrace these values and principles and make them our way of life.
The presidential address to Parliament is a special day as it gives the presidents the opportunity to present government's agenda and update the nation on progress made in the application of national values and principles.
Well, thank you so much for watching this special program. Those are some of the selected speeches that have been delivered to Parliament by various heads of state that have ruled this great nation. I just hope and trust you've enjoyed watching this special program. My name is Paul Sentindovi. Continue watching Parliament Television as we continue bringing Parliament closer to you.
Order. Yeah. A round of applause. Check. Mics. Check. A round of applause to National Assembly Choir. Yeah. Check. Thank you. The brass band are also here. Let me first consult the bandmaster.
Well, thank you for joining us here on Parliament Television. Remember, we're coming live as well on Parliament Radio as we celebrate 100 years of the National Assembly of Zambia.
Just before the clip that we played earlier on, Claudette, we were talking about where we're coming from and also had a preview to watch to the various people out there just to get their views and also get to hear their congratulatory message regarding what we are commemorating today, which is a centenary. And some lovely voices from the National Assembly Choir.
Absolutely. Our viewers and listeners will sample some of, the music that they are able actually to produce. Earlier on, we did play a clip, not really a clip, a documentary that you put up together. How was it putting up such, rich history? It's really intriguing that, you had to go down memory lane, starting with our first Republican president to our current one.
Yes, very, very interesting, although very challenging. But I should also make mention that I collaborated with Azanis that were very helpful in terms of providing footage where we went into the archives just to retrieve the first speech that the Republican president made in Parliament. That was in 1973, somewhere there, after the election. And also I looked at his second Republican president, Dr. Frederick Chiluba, just to showcase what goes on at Parliament when the head of state is officially opening the ceremonial opening of Parliament. And then we moved on to the late President, that's Mr. Dr. David Patrick Mwanawasa. I also just got to hear what his projection was at that particular year when he was officially opening Parliament. Unfortunately died. Mr. Rukia Banda took over office and also sampled his trajectory in terms of how he was going to rule the country, because his emphasis was on agriculture and was urging people to invest in agriculture. And we moved on to the late Republican President, Mr. Michael Cholofiasata as well. We know his charisma when he's talking to the people. And later on, the 6th Republican President, Mr. Edgar Chagwalungu, and our current head of state, who also addressed Parliament in that ceremonial opening.
Absolutely.
So it was very interesting.
Very rich history, and we must mention that as we celebrate 100 years, we'll be showing more of what used to happen then, pre-independence to date. So we just urge you to stay glued to the only station that brings Parliament closer to you, and you'll be able to know exactly what used to happen way back, how the National Assembly of Zambia was formed after being ruled by the British Protectorate. So all that is going to be happening right here on Parliament television and radio as we celebrate 100 years of the National Assembly. Remember, at the stroke of midnight, there's going to be the hoisting of the Zambian flag right here at Parliament building. So do stay tuned right here. 21:30, we do expect arrivals from invited guests. Yes. We did mention that we have some, former cabinet ministers, former members of Parliament who actually be here to witness this very prestigious event.
And I was going around Remaki Claudette. I managed to chance Mr. Litif Mwale, who was the Sergeant at Arms before the current Sergeant at Arms that we have. That was way before 2011 when the Patriotic Front formed government. And another challenge that we have, Claudette, we should also thank God and also being privileged that we are among the few people that are witnessing this centenary. The next 100 years we won't be here. Our kids won't be here. So it's very, very important for us to preserve the culture and also the history that we're making today. So at least the people that will follow, the next generation, will be able to know and refer where we're coming from as a country.
Absolutely. And so earlier on we did mention that we did talk to some civil society organizations. They actually talk about the contributions that the National Assembly of Zambia has made towards the development of the country. And so we've got a clip. We did speak to Ms. Fides Tembatenda. She's actually the executive director at CSPR, and let's hear what she had to say about National Assembly clocking 100 years.
Well, my message to Parliament, first and foremost, we are happy that Zambia is celebrating the 100 years, marking a milestone in the history and evolution of National Assembly in Zambia, being the legislative body that plays a key role in terms of oversight, representation, but also policy formulation. We're really excited looking at the milestones that Zambia has made so far, from colonial to democracy. But most importantly, I think the way we've evolved around legislation, legal framework and legislation in Zambia. So we're really happy that we all getting together to celebrate 100 years of existence. And my message basically is that this is a time we're supposed to sit and reflect and looking at the socio-economic development Zambia has attained so far. Yes, we're going through a very sad development where we have experiencing economic crisis, but also I think it's important at this stage to look back and see how far we've come as a nation, what we've achieved together as a nation, the kind of legislation we've put in place that helps us to hold government accountable, and other accountability measures that have been put in place, the kind of policies that have been put in place, but also most importantly, the representation that gives a voice to the ordinary Zambian citizens. And so we are so delighted. The 100 years means a lot for us, and we know it's a journey of a milestone. And this far the Lord has brought us as a nation. And we're hopeful that in the years to come, we will be able to attain a lot of achievements as a nation based on the history and where we're coming from. Initially, remember, Zambia was colonized, so we had moved from colonial to a place in 1964 when Zambia attained its independence. We have seen National Assembly playing a very key oversight role in ensuring that government brings development to its people. Most of the decisions are made in Parliament, but also representation. The people that sit in Parliament are people that are elected from the constituencies, and we believe that as they sit in Parliament, they represent our voices from the different communities. That speaks to our social and economic development, but also most importantly, I think the democratic dispensation journey. We are from one state, then we went to a multi-partism, and now we are in a multi-partism state. We even have access to Information Act and other legislation that speaks to holding government accountable. We are coming from, we are coming from a space where probably we didn't even understand what human rights were. We didn't even know, what the law entails. We are coming from a space where we could not even speak to hold government accountable. We now can speak at any fora and actually, hold government accountable at whatever levels. We are talking about, policies that have been put in place to enhance social and economic development from the education sector, from health sector, from infrastructure, water and development, and all those are decisions which are made in Parliament. And so even the budget itself for the government to function, the budget that we use, the national budget, it's an instrument that is passed in Parliament, approved in Parliament. So for me, and looking at where we are coming from also, I think from the time that we had attained independence to where we are today, we find that the budget cycle has evolved. The budgets have evolved. We are coming from probably, as a nation, the time that we were attaining democracy, probably the population was around 5 million, and we're now talking about a population of 20 million. So a lot has happened, but there's still more that we can improve as a nation to be more effective and be able to respond more to the needs of the Zambian people. But this far we can say we're really independent, and what we need is to uphold and own the independence, but also own the National Assembly of Zambia, because it's one of the key oversight institutions that we have.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people. The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of existence as a legislative arm of government. To mark this memorable day, the Right Honorable Nelly B.K. Muti, State Council MP FAPRA, will hoist the national flag at midnight tonight at Parliament buildings. Follow the event live on Parliament Radio and Parliament Television, the National Assembly Facebook page and the National Assembly YouTube channel. Parliament Television will close soon after the event. Make a date with us.
very interesting music there coming from the Defense Choir. So these are some of the entertainment that you expect to watch today as Parliament or the National Assembly of Zambia turns 100. So we have quite a number of various activities lined up just to entertain you, our viewers and our listeners out there. And like we keep reminding you, at exactly midnight, we expect Madam Speaker to host the flag that will signify, or that will be the climax of today's event. We keep telling you that we do have various people that are coming through to National Assembly just to witness this very, very momentous occasion here at Parliament grounds. Now, guess who's joining me this particular time is the former Sergeant at Arms, and he's been Sergeant at Arms from 1993 through to 2011, and this is Mr. Litif Mwale. So thank you so much for joining us, and good to see you. I remember some years back in the late 20s, I would come here just to have an interview with you, more especially during the official opening of Parliament. By then, I was with the national broadcaster. So what does this day mean to you, the 100 years that National Assembly is commemorating?
Indeed, this is a very important day. And for me, I take it as an honor that Madam Speaker was able to invite me to participate in this centenary celebration. Indeed, as you earlier said, I served the Assembly from 1993 to 2011. And I have fond memories of this place. When we joined in as young men, we were trained, we were exposed to various parliaments, and I've seen the parliament transition through this period of reforms. I was privileged to serve under two speakers. First of all, I served under Speaker Nawuriato, and then afterwards I served under Speaker Amusa Mwanamwamba. I must say that I had a very nice stay at Parliament, and that the reforms that you see taking place now started during the period that I was serving Parliament, when we could go around the country to start establishing the constituency offices. It was very, very interesting. This is what it should be, because Parliament must be responsive to people's needs, as it were. So you can see that it's during this period that we have seen a female speaker coming to serve Parliament. And like you must have heard earlier in the day, that she's determined to make this Parliament gender balanced. This is very interesting. My own observation is that upon embarking on these reforms, we saw a lot of participation from the public, participating in the matters of Parliament, because it's actually their Parliament. So they are supposed to follow very closely and participate. They have a say in how Parliament does through their representatives, but also through participating in the various activities that Parliament is engaged in.
Now, Mr. Mwale, looking at your period as Sergeant at Arms, Parliament was closed to the public. Now we do see Parliament open. There is Facebook now in terms of technology. There is Parliament radio, Parliament television now. How does that make you feel, looking at these are things that you started with the late former Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Nawuriato?
It is very fulfilling to me to see that what started as a vision by the former speakers is now being actualized. We never thought that we would have a media center. We never thought that technology would also work to our advantage. It's very common now to see people accessing parliamentary debates through the various media options. This means that even the people that are growing up now will be able to see how closely they should work with Parliament in order for them to participate. And this inspires them a lot. You have seen also the emergence of very young MPs coming to Parliament. And this can be partly attributed to the fact that Parliament is now accessible to a lot of people.
Okay. Okay, as we come to the end, I know we'll still be with you and we'll be able to interact with you later on. But what could be the the fondest memory during your time as Sergeant at Arms in the House?
My fondest memories at Parliament are instances, events which were taking place when we first started interacting as SADC parliamentary senior staff, when we could hold these senior staff meetings from country to country. This year, this country hosts the workshops, the seminars that we used to have. That exposed us to a lot of experiences because we could then share our experiences in our various parliaments. Okay. But also the exposure that Parliament gave me to take me out to various countries on attachments, I think it was a privilege, and we really enjoyed the experiences to know how other cultures are able to interact at parliamentary level. Okay. This was very, very interesting for me.
So what could be your word or your message to the general public out there, people that are listening to us on radio and those of them that are following us on Parliament television regarding this very, very important day, which is 100 years of Parliament?
My word to the public is that let's treasure this democracy that we have. We are a very blessed nation that we could have a country called Zambia where we are enjoying our freedom and participating in this democratic dispensation. Mm-hmm. This should not be taken for granted, but that we should cherish it, and we should also ensure that we take care of it. And going forward, let us see all the other interest groups being represented at Parliament. Okay. That is very, very important.
Mr. Mwale, thank you so much for finding time just to share with us your experience during your reign as a Sergeant at Arms here at Parliament, the National Assembly of Zambia, from 1993 to 2011.
My pleasure. May God bless you. May God bless Zambia.
Well, there you have it. That's Mr. Litif Mwale, who has served as Sergeant at Arms from 1993 through to the year 2011, when the current Sergeant at Arms took over. So we continue bringing you highlights regarding what is happening here at National Assembly of Zambia as we continue commemorating this very, very important event, which is 100 years of the legislature. We keep reminding you, and we'll keep sharing with you some of the events that took place way back when Zambia attained independence, and some of the activities that have taken place, and some other stakeholders that we've interacted with here at the National Assembly of Zambia. So at exactly midnight, we expect the Right Honorable Madam Speaker to hoist the flag, which will be the climax of today's event, because I know we'll also have some fireworks display that will take place later on as the Madam Speaker continue hosting the flag slightly at midnight or slightly after midnight. We expect the Republican Vice President to be here at National Assembly of Zambia and witness this very important achievement that the Zambian Parliament has achieved this far. So keep interacting, and also have Pauline Monga on standby that will be able to interact with a few stakeholders as well. And as we speak now, we've seen some various stakeholders that have started arriving here at Parliament building to come and witness this very, very important event that is taking place here at the National Assembly of Zambia. Like I mentioned earlier on when I was with my colleague Claudette Jonga, I'm looking forward to the time that we'll be able to witness some display, the fireworks display, and it just be kind of about that to aid you to stick around with us here at the National Assembly, so that we make sure that you also be part and parcel of this very, very important. I know my colleague is always scared of sound, and whenever there's some explosion, she always gets scared. But I'm looking forward to that particular moment. So as you can hear in the background, that's the defense choir just entertaining the people that have arrived so far. So keep watching Parliament Television as we continue interesting you to what is happening here at Parliament Grounds.
Zambia tulelila, Afrika tulelila. Ikisha kuokokole muchalo cha Zambia Ikisha Lesani webo tuleita, lesani webo tuleita, lesani webo tuleita. Ikishokuwa kokobe mutalo cha Zambia, lesani webo shamba, lesa wandie, lesani webo shamba, ikisha lesa. Lesani webo shamba, hey lesa wa, ikisha kuwa kokobe. Tuleite shama. Abena monsa bintu fyakosele baitira sinaryobe beba tubasuke eraita nangwa ibintu fyakosele haitira sinaryobe uko batumwasuke shamba ikisha yes ikisha kuba kokobe Yesu abana bone banelila shamba niwe botuleita lele ikisha kuba kokobe Yesu ikisha Yesu ngani kisaka twingaya kwa wula kuwa kokobe babana bobenesi natingani kwisala satwigalala ukwabula yashamba ikisha kuba kokobe lesani webo shamba.
Thank you very much, Claudette and the President. Just a short while ago, we had the President Ndovi talking to Mr. Liti Fimwale, who served as Sergeant at Arms here at Parliament. So right now in the background, we have music as we await the hosting of the flag, which will take place at Parliament buildings at about midnight. We are celebrating 100 years of the legislature in Zambia, a journey that started on 23rd May 1924, and today is getting into tomorrow, 23rd May 2024. A journey that started from Kalomo into Livingstone and Lusaka. And the seat of Parliament sits at Manda Hill, the real Manda Hill actually, Parliament buildings, opened on 2nd May 1967. So this has been the seat of Parliament from that time. And of course we have seen the evolution of Parliament since 1924. Parliament has evolved, seeing it through different speakers, different clerks, different parliaments, from the Legislative Council to the Legislative Assembly and to the National Assembly where we are now. And in the background we have the combined Defense Forces music playing. We expect to see more of that as we go or move towards midnight, when the flag will be hoisted at the top of the National Assembly building. And we expect more visitors, or rather guests that have been invited to continue coming in. So far we have former members of parliament that have walked in. We also have sitting members of parliament. We have members of staff and the former members of staff. Former deputy clerks also are here to commemorate and celebrate the 100 years of the Zambian legislature. We have come a milestone, actually we've done a milestone, 100 years from 1924 to 2024. There will be more activities that will be expected to commemorate and mark this day in the National Assembly of Zambia. So the celebrations will go on until maybe about June or beyond that, as we celebrate 100 years of the Zambian Parliament. So we expect to have the National Assembly Choir to also perform, and also we have the pop band by the Zambia Army, and the Zambia Army Brass Band is also expected to help us celebrate the 100 years of the Zambian legislature. Of course, we continue giving you updates as events unfold right here at Parliament buildings. It's quite flowery, and we expect to have a lot of fanfare as we go towards midnight. We are yet to see what the Zambia Army and the National Assembly of Zambia have prepared for this day. That's music by the combined forces. So we continue bringing you updates as the events here happen at Parliament buildings. And don't forget that we have had quite a number of houses from that time up to where we are. We started from the Legislative Council, we went to the Legislative Assembly, and now we are in the National Assembly, the 13th National Assembly. Actually, we are in the third session of the 13th National Assembly. 100 years is quite a long time, and it ought to be celebrated. And it's also biblical, actually, that we celebrate such years. Centenary is not a small number, but quite a big number that we have achieved as a parliament. We continue bringing you updates, and this is Pauline Monga, and I'll be with my colleagues Paul Sentindovi and Claudette Jonga as we continue bringing you what is happening right here at Parliament buildings. We have a big flag that is expected to be hosted by the Honorable Madam Speaker at about midnight, and the Zambia Army has something in store for us, actually, as we wait to see, rather go into 23rd May 2024 to mark the 100 years of the Zambian legislature. Music from the combined forces, rather the defense and security forces continues coming your way right here at Parliament buildings, and we are coming to you from Lusaka, and we urge you to continue watching Parliament television and follow us also on Facebook as we bring to you live events that are happening right here at the National Assembly of Zambia in Lusaka to celebrate the 100 years that we have achieved as the legislature in Zambia. So that is the Zambia Defense and Security Forces that continue giving us pieces of music, and guests continue walking in. Invited guests have continued walking in, embracing the code that is there, just to come and witness this historic moment right here at National Assembly.
As you know, the National Assembly is a very important organ of three arms of the government, and without the National Assembly, basically, it's very, very difficult to point to certain developments in the country. One, National Assembly enables enact certain laws that enhance democracy, that improves other people's lives, and moreover, National Assembly is a House of Representatives, which is amplifying the voices of the marginalized, especially those in the rural areas. The National Assembly basically has contributed in the sense that they've enacted certain laws that has enabled certain activities to take place, and those activities, those are the activities that improve the welfare of individuals. We also appreciate that we have opened offices for members of parliament in various institutions. However, we are still looking forward to employing qualified people so that they can do a lot of research. And when members of parliament go to parliament, they must be well informed and discuss very informative, and should be able to contribute to the enactment of laws that will improve the welfare of the people. Zambians should appreciate the role parliament is doing. Zambians should encourage and also come up with certain suggestions on how we can improve certain aspects of governance itself. We are looking forward to everybody celebrating the National Assembly, because this is a very important organ of our government.
Well, I think my message really is to celebrate this length period of achievement, having a successful National Assembly. National Assembly, because that is a house for the people, and it means that we have had a point of convergence as a people where we are deliberating national matters via our people that we elect to represent us. And National Assembly also has helped to transform this country from different perspectives to now where we are saying, I think that we are a strong democracy, given where we have come from and how our National Assembly today is characterized with. We have different members coming from different backgrounds, from different political parties. I think that a house of that nature means that the people themselves have grown in terms of how to look after themselves using representatives. But laws have also been made in that house, which the laws have also helped transform this country, bearing the current context. We were a small unit as a nation, but now we are living in a global village, where to be able to fare very well in a global village, you need to also be organized in a manner that you have your own identity, but you can still participate in a global village without losing your own identity. So I think that the National Assembly has helped us to protect our own identity as a nation, while effectively participating in the international politics that makes us also relevant. So National Assembly still remain a very, very important place for Zambians, because regardless or despite our different backgrounds, this is where we go and unite and say our common agenda is Zambia, and our common enemy is poverty and inequality. That is a house where these matters are now being brought, regardless of different opinions of politics our representatives have, but they meet there to more or less have a common understanding and agenda, which is to drive the development of this country forward. Youths should learn and appreciate that house, because we are told that the first people that sat in there, majority of them were young people, youths, and me coming from a youth organization, youth development organization, we encourage young people to create particular interest, to also identify themselves with platforms like a National Assembly, because sometimes that house is perceived to be a house only for older people and only for people with very high education, but government has only raised up to a minimum age of 18 years, minimum qualification of grade 12. So this means that National Assembly is still a place where even young people should be able to aspire and go. So that our participation now should not that be which is associated with causing violence or being used as tools for political violence, and yet we are not aspiring to become such leaders. So young people should take advantage and identify themselves with a movement to try and also find themselves sitting in that house, because that's a house for everyone. So this message is for both women and especially young people and young women.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
Hakula shani lesa alikule shira upa alikule hello imbu alikule shama alikule balanda tubike mwana chiloze mulimu kuyo mutuna mulimu kuyo mutuna mulimu kuyo mutuna mulimu kuyo mutuna sebe kuyo mutuna ya wila
Hatua milele Mungu wa baraka ni nani?
Milele Mungu wa baraka ni Yesu.
Niwa milele Mungu wa baraka ni nani? Niwa milele Mungu wa baraka ni nani?
Sure. There is an announcement.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah. All members of staff, those who
To mark this memorable day, the Right Honorable Nelly B.K. Muti, State Council MP FAPRA, will hoist the national flag at midnight tonight at Parliament buildings. Follow the event live on Parliament Radio and Parliament Television. the National Assembly Facebook page and the National Assembly YouTube channel. Parliament Television will close soon after the event. Make a date with us. Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of existence as a legislative arm of government. To mark this memorable day, the Right Honorable Nelly B.K. Muti, State Council MP FAPRA, will hoist the national flag at midnight tonight at Parliament buildings. Follow the event live on Parliament Radio and Parliament Television, the National Assembly Facebook page and the National Assembly YouTube channel. Parliament Television will close soon after the event. Make a date with us. The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of existence as a legislative arm of government. To mark this memorable day, the Right Honorable Nelly B.K. Muti, State Council MP FAPRA, will hoist the national flag at midnight tonight at Parliament buildings. Follow the event live on Parliament Radio and Parliament Television, the National Assembly Facebook page and the National Assembly YouTube channel. Good evening, we're coming to you live here at our Parliament buildings where we'll be having the hoisting of the Zambian flag at the stroke of midnight. So we urge you to stay tuned right here on Parliament television. Remember, we're coming to you live also on Parliament Radio, so do stay tuned. And so I'm now joined by Mr. Alex Kafata. He's the Deputy Director, Journals and Table Office here at the National Assembly of Zambia. Just to, give us some insights regarding today's prestigious occasion. Mr. Kafata, I would like to welcome you to this interview.
Thank you very much, Claudette.
Okay, I know you've been here at the National Assembly for so many years. How does it make you feel now that the National Assembly is turning 100 years?
Well, it's a good time to be alive, Claudette. It's a pleasure and to be part of this auspicious occasion. Yes.
So earlier on we actually did mention that we're going to have you live here so that you can just tell us about this occasion that we'll be witnessing here. I know a number of people have been invited to come and witness this occasion. Just how important is it?
I think it's a very important occasion
100 years of evolution is not a joke, and I think we have seen the Zambian democracy, or the democracy of this country, grow from strength to strength during this period. That is, part of it is from our reading, and part of it is what we have experienced firsthand.
We know for a fact that the National Assembly has evolved over years from 1924. Just, briefly tell us about that.
Yes, indeed, Claudette. The National Assembly has evolved from being a legislative council, which was headed by, the governor and some elected officials. From there, it was renamed the Legislative Assembly, and now the National Assembly. Yes.
For those, yes, you were.
Yes. I was just going to say that the Legislative Council was there from 1924, when it was established, up to 1964. January 1964 is when it was renamed the Legislative Assembly, and after that, in October, when Zambia got independence, it was renamed the National Assembly, which is what it is up to now.
I know that over the years from 1924, we've had various speakers that have presided over business here. Are you able to run us through those speakers?
Yes, indeed, Claudette. Like I said earlier, first we had the Legislative Council. The Legislative Council was headed by the governor and some elected officials. The numbers kept changing over the years. That is from 1924 to 1948, when we had the first speaker. Mr. Thomas Surgeon Page was appointed Speaker actually in 1948. He was Speaker for a period of 8 years, and he was replaced by Sir Thomas Williams, from 1956 up to 1964. When Zambia got independent, we had the first black speaker, Mr. Wesley Pillsbury Nyirenda was the first speaker of the National Assembly. And after that, after Mr. Nyirenda, then came the longest serving speaker up until now. The longest serving speaker was Dr. Robinson Nawodiato. He served from 1968 for a period of 20 years in his first stint, up to 1988. After that, Mr. Fanyanga Muliketa came as Speaker from 1988 to 1991. And then we had Dr. Robinson Nawodiato coming back for his second stint from 1991 all the way up to 1996. After that, 1998. After that, the late Mr. Amusa Wanamwambwa took over from 1998 all the way up to 2011. When the PF came into power in 2011, Dr. Patrick Matibini, State Council, was elected Speaker, taking over from Honorable Amusa Wanamwambwa. After Dr. Patrick Matibini, we now have Right Honorable Nelly Butete Kashumbamuti, State Council, who is now Speaker. And as you know, Claudette, she's the first female speaker
Absolutely.
of the National Assembly. So those are the speakers that we have had through this period. Yes.
Very rich history that you've just given us, and I know for a fact that these speakers have actually been honored. We have some committee rooms here that are named after them, and just behind us there are beautiful statues of these speakers that you just talked about.
Yes, and it just, you know, as a form of honoring these speakers that we have had. There are some committee rooms that have been named after them. The new committee rooms. I must state, Claudette, that those committee rooms came about as a result of the parliamentary reforms. And one of the speakers that was very vigorous in terms of parliamentary reforms and modernization was the late Speaker Mwanamwambwa. May his soul rest in peace. He did quite a lot of work in that regard, and you know, the birth of the constituency offices and all that was part of the reforms that he brought about.
So at the stroke of midnight, we will be witnessing the hoisting of, you know, the flag. We usually see this on a day before, you know, independence, 23rd October at midnight. That's what we usually see. But we'll be seeing this here at Parliament buildings.
Yes.
How significant is that? Why the hosting of the flag?
Well, the hosting of the flag, Claudette, has various symbolic meanings. You know, I think it was very prevalent in the last government, during the PF government. You see flags being, you know, party flags, party chitenges being hosted as flags in certain localities. That is a show of, you know, territorial, you know, to show that this is our territory.
Like you're guarding your territory.
Yes, guarding your territory. You know, making sure that this should be seen as the territory for this particular party, although that is not there, not very much there now. But there's show of, you know, being in charge of a certain territory. But the hoisting of the flag today, Claudette, is one that is to commemorate a milestone. You know, this, like you rightly noted, when we are commemorating our Independence Day, we see the hosting of the flag. And, you know, 100 years of existence is not a joke.
Absolutely.
Yes, so today we are happy, we are in a jovial mood, and we want to commemorate this day, which is a very auspicious occasion.
I can tell you're more jovial than any other day, Mr. Kakwatse.
Exactly. It is a joyous day. It is a very good day to be alive.
I would like to thank you so much for making an appearance, and enjoy the occasion.
Thank you so much. Just to inform our viewers and our listeners that, you know, there will be a number of activities that will be taking place to just commemorate 100 years of existence of the legislature. And viewers should continue monitoring Parliament Radio, Parliament TV, and our social media platforms. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Alex Kafota, Deputy Director, Journals and Table Office, just telling us about the significance of this occasion that we are witnessing today. Remember, at the stroke of midnight, there's going to be the hoisting of the Zambian flag as the National Assembly turns 100. And so we mentioned earlier that we have a number of invited guests that are coming up for this important occasion. Former members of Parliament, former members of staff here at the National Assembly, current, ministers, former ministers will be here to witness this prestigious occasion. And just about now, I'm joined by the Chikankata lawmaker, that's Ms. Jacqueline Sabao. Welcome. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks so much, Kokaza.
All right. So briefly tell us, how does it feel that, the National Assembly is clocking 100 years? How does this make you feel?
First and foremost, I'd want to thank God that I'm part of this event. I'm very grateful. This is an event that started way back before we were born. But to be part of it today for 100 years is not an easy thing. And as a country, we've gone through a lot. The first part of our leadership was learned by the whites. Then we had the one-party state. We had the multi-party. Under multi-party, we've had a lot of political parties. We started with the MMD, Movement for Multipartyism. Then we had the Patriotic Front. Now we are under United Party for National Development, where I'm the Member of Parliament. And for me, I'm very proud to be part of this regime, because I understand that whatever happens in this country, I will be part of the history of this country, that I was there to be part of the change. Because under the UPND, our policy is to economical liberalization of this country. So for us as people of Zambia to have this opportunity is not an easy journey. It is a journey where we had our forefathers, some died in the bush, some they were not even identified where they died from, but they fought for us, and we are enjoying this. And my plea to have this platform is that as Zambians out there, we should not take this freedom for granted. Just a word can spark something that will bring problems to this country. Hence, especially to our leaders, whatever we say out there, we should be very responsible, because just a word can bring confusion in this country. So let's guard this freedom that we have, that was fought by our great-grandparents. Hence, as a Member of Parliament for Chikankata, I'm very grateful to be part of this. And I also pray for our leaders that as a people, let's work together, and regardless of where you come from, which political party you belong. What is important is that as a Zambian, we agreed that we should move in a multipartyism way. Hence, we have the ruling party, and we also have opposition political parties that are there to offer checks and balances. So we are one people. At the end of the day, we are working for the same people, and what we want is to have a Zambia that is a better place for all Zambians.
All right, we would like to thank you so much for being part of this occasion, and enjoy the evening.
Thanks so much.
All right, that's Chikankata lawmaker, Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, adding her voice regarding what is happening today. The National Assembly of Zambia turns 100 years, and at a stroke of midnight, we'll be having the hoisting of the Zambian flag. We're now joined by Ms. Halwindi. She's actually Kabwe Central Member of Parliament. I would like to welcome you to this interview, Ms. Chrysosta. Your first name was actually, slipped off my mind, but it's coming. Ms. Chrysosta Halwindi Piri. Yeah. Welcome and good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Claudette.
All right. How does it make you feel? National Assembly turning 100. You're part of this occasion.
Yeah, it makes me feel very good and blessed that I'm here when the National Assembly is clocking 100 years since its existence, from the colonial rule up to this time. What is more gratifying is that, my constituency is the first time that have the female MP. And also, the National Assembly was the first time to have a speaker as a female. So for me, it's a plus. And we have seen democracy growing from, of course, the colonial rule, the one-party state, now again the multi-party. So democracy is growing. And I'm happy that a lot of reforms that are going on, as the National Assembly also grew in years, and clocking 100. A lot of reforms that people are well informed of what is happening at the National Assembly. And I believe that as now we are going forward, people will be more blessed of what it means to be a member of Parliament and what is the role of the National Assembly. This is what is gratifying. We are not only flocking 100, as I've said, but also a lot of reforms have taken people, the public, making sure they are well informed of what is happening. So this is what is gratifying for me.
Absolutely. I know there will be a number of events that will be happening apart from this one that will be happening today. Have you had a word with your constituents just to give them a hint on what is happening at the National Assembly?
Yes, indeed. What I want to say to the Kabwe Central constituents that one of you are blessed that I'm one of the committee member, the main committee organizing this event. So I'm so happy, and what is happening there, we are celebrating 100 years of his existence. For me, what I would tell them that they should believe in Parliament. And I'm just calling upon my constituents to make sure they take keen interest of what is happening, because the National Assembly is already airing what is happening. They should follow up and they should participate through the Member of Parliament, because now we are going now, it is a modern Parliament where it is the people themselves who participate through their Member of Parliament. So I'm encouraging them to be part of the National Assembly. This is their house. Whatever goes on, it is theirs, and they should take keen interest and participate in everything through their Member of Parliament. Thank you so much.
Enjoy the evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you have it. That's Kawe Central Member of Parliament, Mrs. Chrysosta Halindi Piri, also adding her voice regarding today's occasion. We're now joined by Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good.
How does it make you feel that National Assembly is turning 100? I know that it's gone through a lot of, evolution since 1924.
Well, let me just say that first of all, it's a privilege that I'm a parliamentarian in my first term here, at a time when actually we are celebrating this very, very important occasion. So it tells you how far Zambia has come. It also reminds all of us that despite what people see as opposing views in Parliament, the spirit, the culture of Parliament has continued. I don't think that we would have come this far 100 years if at some point there was a disruption in the activities of National Assembly. So this for me is a reminder to those that are out there, especially the public, because in my interactions with people, there's always this assumption that what you see as fierce battles on the floor actually exist even outside Parliament. I think it's just the culture of Parliament. So for me, this is a great opportunity to remind people from different political parties, the people who campaign, the people who vote for these parliamentarians, that actually Parliament has existed for this long. Why has it existed for this long? Because cultures, procedures, those are things that cannot be abandoned. So it's a great opportunity for me to be here this evening to witness this event. And I'm sure when I write my autobiography, this is something that I will be able to refer to.
That you were part of.
I was part of Parliament when we celebrated 100 years.
Any activities that have been lined up in your constituency regarding the same?
Well, unfortunately this week I was graduating yesterday at UNZA. I've been very busy with one or two personal commitments, but I'm sure we will plan something before Parliament opens, because we should be coming back on the 11th of June. So before that, I'm sure there's something that we'll do in the community. Yeah.
Thank you for your time and enjoy the evening.
I'm very grateful and thank you very much.
All right, that's Mr. Christopher Kangombe, who's Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, also adding his voice as the National Assembly of Zambia turns 100. So there's a lot going on here at Parliament buildings. We've had quite a number of people that have come through, and we do expect the program, the actual program actually to start any time from now. Remember, at midnight there's going to be the hoisting of the flag, that's the Zambian flag. But we'll continue to talk to a number of invited guests that are here. Current members of Parliament, former members of Parliament are here, former members of staff of the National Assembly of Zambia also here to witness this prestigious occasion. And so I'm going to hand you to my colleague Paul Ndovi. He's also going to talk to a number of members of Parliament that have come here to witness this event. Paul.
Yes, Claudette. Very interesting interactions that you've had with various members of Parliament. Just sharing with us where they're coming from and how it means to them, more especially this particular day.
Absolutely. So it's all yours.
Yes, and the people in the marquee, they are being entertained by some Zambian rendition, some of the old songs. I'm sure this invokes some memories, more especially to the people that were there then. As we continue interacting with various members of Parliament at this particular time, I'm being joined by Nkana, a member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Binwell Mpondo. Thank you so much for according us this opportunity, and also good to have you here at Parliament, more especially on this very momentous occasion, 100 years of legislature. What does this mean to you?
Person, thank you so much for allowing me to come and just say a few words. For me, I feel very privileged to be part of a grouping of people that are celebrating 100 years of Zambian Parliament. Particularly that I've now come into Parliament at a point where this Parliament is turning 100 years. Now you know that Parliament has taken a lot of evolution. There was a time when the members of the public did not even know what was happening in Parliament, because Parliament was not on TV, it was not on radio. So there are quite a number of reforms that have happened at Parliament that now enables Parliament to be open to the public. Today now, the members of the public can follow proceedings that are happening, can question the decisions that we are making, as opposed to what was yesterday. But of course, there are a lot of things that needs to be done. For instance, the building itself is as old as the celebrations we are having today. So there is need for us to begin to look at modernization of this building, modernizing just a lot about Parliament itself. So I think that there's a lot of work to be done, but there's a lot that has been done over the years.
Some of the things that have evolved, the issue to do with, you've talked about modernization, modernizing some of the things here at the National Assembly of Zambia. The issue of constituent office, and this is where now, even if you are in Lusaka here in the House, people are able to bring their grievances, issues that are happening in your constituents, and the professional assistants will be able to communicate with you. What does that mean to you, having an office, and some of the things that were started by some of presiding officers that are late now?
Well, I think for me it's a giant step that has been taken so far, that we now have an office where even people in the communities can go and present grievances. But there's a lot more that needs to also be done. If we've done a number of benchmarking, if you go to parliaments like Kenya, other than just having an office in the constituents, the Kenyan MPs also have an office even within the capital city where Parliament is, actually the main building is domiciled. Now what that does is that other than people accessing you in the community, people can also access you, because we spend most of the time in Lusaka. Now when you are in Lusaka, where do people find you? Now also what that does is that because there is an office in the capital city, there's obviously Parliament should obviously facilitate that office with personnel, because oftentimes we are found discussing issues that we are outside our education attainment. For me, I'll tell you, I'm an accountant, but I often find myself discussing mining, which I'm not an expert for. So the essence of having an office is it must also go to an extent where we now equip that office with personnel that will help us with research and otherwise. So but we must again acknowledge that we have made those serious strides. It's a step in the right direction, but more ought to be done. Or can be done.
Thank you so much for affording us this opportunity just to chat with us and also interact with you, more especially on this very momentous occasion where Parliament is turning 100 years.
Awesome, thank you so much.
All right, that's Nkana, Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Binwa Mpundu, just adding his voice regarding this very, very important occasion that we are celebrating here at the National Assembly of Zambia. And joining me on set at this particular time as we were waiting, remember at midnight, the Honorable Madam Speaker, State Council will be able to host the flag, and that will be the climax of today's event. At this particular time, I do have Bwana Mkubwa, Member of Parliament, and this is Mr. Warren Mwambazi. How are the people of the Copperbelt, in Ndola to be precise?
Thank you so much. People from the Copperbelt, especially in Ndola, Bwana Mkubwa, are well. Yes,
you're here at Parliament grounds commemorating this very important day. What does this day mean to you? Imagine way back in 1924, today, 100 years.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, this is a very momentous occasion, and like my previous colleagues and speakers have already alluded to the fact that it's a delightful moment that we are celebrating 100 years, and we can attest to the fact that there have been a lot of improvements and reforms here at Parliament. Way back, Parliament had no Parliament TV, where we're here today, Parliament Radio, which ensures that most of our citizens in this country can follow the deliberations of Parliament, being it at Public Accounts Committee, the main chamber. They're able to follow the proceedings and also participate to that effect. So we've seen a lot of reforms, but I must also make mention that we hope to see more to ensure that there's complete modernization. We've visited other parliaments and we've seen how they've modernized their premises, and this is what we hope to see also here at Parliament. And also the most important aspect as well is that this 100 years commemoration has found some of us as members of Parliament, which is a very, very momentous occasion, and we are happy to be here and also be part of this session and also part of the modernization which is coming forth.
I know the people of Bwanamkubwa are watching, others are listening on radio. What could be your word of encouragement to the people of Bwanamkubwa regarding this very important occasion that we are witnessing this evening here?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'm very delighted and thankful to the people of Bwanamkubwa having sent me at Parliament. One important aspect, if we talk about 100 years and also the issues of modernization, is that even as we speak now, the people of Bwanamkubwa are able to watch and see what is happening at Parliament and participate, and also see their member of Parliament, how they are contributing and how they are representing them effectively in terms of through modernization such as radio and TV, which I've already mentioned.
All right, Mr. Mwambazi, thank you so much. I know you're enjoying the music that is being done by the band there, and wishing you all the best as we wait for the official program to commence.
Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
All right, there you have it. That's Bwanamkubwa, Member of Parliament, Mr. Warren Mwambazi, just highlighting some of the highlights of what has been happening from the time Parliament has been in existence, that is from 1924 to date, which is 2024, marking exactly 100 years. And we do have quite a number of entertainments happening at this particular time. We do have a live band that is entertaining people there. I can see already in the audience the clerk of the National Assembly, and that's Mr. Roy Ngulube, already seated waiting for the official program to commence. And we also have various members of Parliament that have traveled from far-flung areas across the country just to come and witness this very, very important event. And at this particular time, I'll be joined by Mr. Honorable Ernest Mwanza, who is a former chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House. And you'll be interacting with me here as we continue, just trying to appreciate some of the events that took place from way back in 1994 to date, which is from 1924 to the date, which is 2024. Honorable Manza, thank you so much for according us this rare opportunity, and also good to see you here commemorating, witnessing this momentous occasion. What does this mean to you?
Well, it means a lot to me because, first of all, without Parliament, you don't have the three arms of government in existence. And National Assembly is the most important in my view because it is the place where all the representatives of the people in the country gather together to discuss issues that affect the country. So
yeah, very, very interesting. I know there are a number of things that have taken place from the time the National Assembly or Parliament started, way back before it even was called Parliament. Legico, and you were chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House. Just tell us your responsibility and how was your experience back then.
Yeah. Chairperson of the Whole House is what is being called the second speaker, deputy speaker of the House now. So basically the responsibilities that the second speaker of the House carries out are the same responsibilities that the chairman of committees of the whole House used to carry out in those days.
There are people, young people, even older people that are watching and listening to Parliament Radio and Parliament Television. Maybe just highlight the period you served here at Parliament.
Between 2010 and 2011.
What was your fondest memory then as chairperson of the whole House?
I think it's the unity of the House and the candidness of the discussions that took place there, the debates, and how people and the parties wanted to present themselves in the House. I used to enjoy candid discussions concerning the national issues that we were discussing in those days.
There are people that are watching and following through on Parliament Radio. What could be your word of encouragement, and more especially regarding this momentous occasion, Parliament turning 100 years?
I think it's basically to remember the responsibility that is placed upon those whom the people of Zambia entrust with making laws for them. We must remember that people believe that we are the people who control the country, and they believe rightly so, because that's the responsibility they give to parliamentarians. And what's important for members of Parliament is to be true to the calling, to be honest in the views that you hold, and to be able to articulate those views for public consumption, and so that the state, particularly the executive, can understand the concerns that come from the various parts of our great country.
I know the time you served chairperson of the committee of the whole house, I'm sure you didn't even imagine that Parliament will have a female speaker presiding over business in the house. What does that make you feel, being a former presiding officer here at the National Assembly?
On the contrary, we hoped that one day that would happen, and it has happened. And the hope is basically that she will rise up to the occasion and represent the women community, folk of our community adequately well and as a leader of the House.
I know there are a number of activities that the National Assembly of Zambia has lined up in commemoration of this particular day. The whole month of May and part of June, Parliament will continue commemorating this very important occasion. How should Zambians commemorate this very important?
I think the most important aspect that Zambians ought to have in mind is that the choice of the leaders they pick to come and represent them here is cardinal. Don't bring people here who do not understand what making laws for the country mean. They should not bring people because they like them. They should bring people because they are the kind who represent them. Sometimes it is necessary to pick a person whom you may not like, but who has the characteristics of a leader you want. It's very, very important for the good of our country.
Honorable Chanda, thank you so much for according us, Honorable Mwansa, beg your pardon, thank you so much for according us this opportunity just to share with us your experience and how Zambians should commemorate this very important day.
It's a pleasure.
All right, that's Honorable Mwansa, they are former chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House, just sharing with us, that's Mr. Honorable Ernest Mwansa, just sharing with us the experience that he served as chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House. And earlier on we did interact with some few members of Parliament, just interacting with us and sharing with us some of the experiences that they have, more especially coming from their constituents. We know that Parliament is on recess, and come June, mid-June thereafter, the House resumes sitting, but we do have quite a number of them that are part and parcel of this very, very important event. For now, we did interact with some senior citizens, and these are freedom fighters, and some of them, I'm sure they've got fond memories regarding this very day that we are experiencing today in terms of commemorating 100 years of the National Assembly of Zambia. Let's take a listen to this.
Freedom fighter. I joined the freedom struggle 1959, and I'm a former MP for Shuangando. My message is that yes, for sure, in these 100 years we have achieved a lot, but we still have a lot to do. That as we who are former MPs with the current MPs, we should interact and we should share issues. Based on our experience, we will be able to advise you accordingly. My fellow members of Parliament, my former MP, we should be serious in scrutinizing the laws that we pass in Parliament. That the laws must be in the interest of Zambians, laws that will benefit Zambians in terms of unity and peace. and the law should not be segregative. There are some laws at the moment, like our current constitution, which is segregative. I'm saying no, we should sit down, and the constitution must accommodate every Zambian, and every Zambian should be free to participate freely in all issues pertaining to Zambia based on the Zambian laws.
My name is John Alan Sandwe, freedom fighter. I am happy to know that our parliament has reached 100 years. So we are saying to our colleagues that happy 100 years. We pray that you will continue for love, peace and unity in the country as you proceed now after.
Good evening once more. For those of you that have just joined us, we are live right here at Parliament buildings, celebrating 100 years of the Zambian legislature. And the theme for this celebration is celebrating 100 years of an open and inclusive legislature. So celebrating 100 years of an open and inclusive legislature. So members of the public and those who have invited have continued coming in to witness this centenary as the Zambian Parliament clocks 100 years today, rather tomorrow, 23rd May 1924. From 23rd May 1924 to 23rd May 2024, and this is a very memorable day in the history of the Zambian Parliament. So invited guests have continued coming in, and we also expect this occasion to be graced by Her Honor the Vice President Mutalena Lumango, and the Speaker, of course, as the host, will also be present, and she is expected to host the Zambian flag at midnight, and we expect to have some fanfare following the hosting of this flag at midnight. And other people that are expected is the mayor of Lusaka, that is Chilando Chitangala, is expected to be in attendance, and we also have the chief registrar of the judiciary to be present, that is Honorable Exonobet Zulu. We also expect Cabinet Secretary to Cabinet Mr. Patrick Kangwa, and we also have Cabinet Ministers, Members of Parliament, former Members of Parliament, former Members of Staff, and the staff also are also expected to witness this memorable day in the history of the Zambian Parliament, as the Zambian Parliament clocks 100 years. Also expected to be in attendance is the former Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Patrick Matibini. He's the only one who is surviving, so we expect him to be in attendance. We also have a number of other dignitaries that have been invited, and working right now, quite a number of members from a patriotic front coming to attend this memorable day, and they continue working through to come and be part of history in the making as the National Assembly celebrates the 100 years of its existence. And as I say, at midnight, Speaker of the National Assembly, Nelly Muti, is expected to host the Zambian flag on top of the Parliament building. So please stay tuned as we continue bringing you live events as they happen here at Parliament buildings.
Nobody pena, nobody pena, tie, ako, Zaya, ako, tie, ako, Zaya, ako, tie, ako, rah. Tie, Zaya, tie, Zaya, tie, Zaya, tie, Zaya, tie, Zaya, ako, tie, ako, tie, ako, tie, ako, tie, ako,
Wachepa msinku, wachepa msinku, ewa mama kawela, nikalute kuka
representing the voice of the people.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Henry Muyowa, retired, a freedom fighter. I joined the freedom struggle 1959, and I'm a former MP for Shuangando. My message is that, yes, for sure, in these 100 years, we have achieved a lot, but we still have a lot to do. That as we who are former MPs with the current MPs, we should interact and we should share issues. Based on our experience, we will be able to advise you accordingly. My fellow members of Parliament, my former MP, we should be serious in scrutinizing the laws that we pass in Parliament. That the laws must be in the interest of Zambians, laws that will benefit Zambians in terms of unity and peace. And the laws should not be segregative. There are some laws at the moment, like our current constitution, which is segregative. I'm saying no, we should sit down, and the constitution must accommodate every Zambian, and every Zambian should be free to participate freely in all issues pertaining to Zambia based on the Zambian laws.
My name is John Alan Sandwe, freedom fighter. I am happy to know that our Parliament has reached 100 years. So we are saying to our colleagues that happy 100 years. We pray that you will continue for love, peace and unity in the country as you proceed now after your 100 years. We wish you all the best, all the strength, all the wisdom in these years. It has not been easy to reach 100 years. It is because of your hard work, focus, and all that happen to those who work very, very hard like you.
My name is Manuel Ngambi, a former UNIP councillor. I just greet all Zambians that today we are privileged to have the officers here. We are happy that Zambia the national Parliament has reached 100 years. Congratulations, congratulations.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
announcing the arrival of Her Honor, the Vice President. As Her Honor, the Vice President descends, I will ask all of us to stand up, but she's being received. In the meantime, a round of applause to the National Assembly Choir. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Occasion indeed, celebrating 100 years. I don't know if we have anybody amongst us here who is close to 100. If there is, we need to give a medal to that person. So could we all rise please as honor the Vice President. The Vice President is the leader of government business, the House. And so it is important, definitely, that she be present at this very special occasion. We receive you, Honor Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, Mrs. Shale Namukumango. We have cabinet ministers receiving her. She's escorted Honorable First Deputy Speaker. After Her Honor, the Vice President has taken a seat, we will sit and then wait for the Speaker's session. During this occasion, we have invited former deputy speakers, former members of staff who once served in this institution. They have contributed to the achievements during these 100 years that we are commemorating today. So in our midst, among the guests that are here, you will notice, yes, we have former deputy speakers, former members of staff. We are grateful to honor the Vice President. We may all take our seats. A round of applause to Her Honor, the Vice President. Welcome, Mama. We may all take our seats. Thank you. Thank you. That was National Assembly Choir. A round of applause to them. Thank you. At this point, the Honorable Madam Speaker, procession is coming down. Madam Speaker is coming. So I would ask all of us to rise, please, as we receive Honorable Madam Speaker. Thereafter, we'll have national anthem and an opening prayer. So remain standing as Madam Speaker approaches on this momentous occasion when we remember the centenary of the National Assembly. It was in 1924, 23rd May 1924, when the first meeting of the Legislative Council took place. So midnight into tomorrow, which is 23rd, we'll be celebrating 100 years of the existence of the National Assembly of Zambia. A round of applause to Madam Speaker. You're welcome, Madam Speaker. So we remain standing for the National Assembly, National Anthem and prayer.
Gracious and loving Father in heaven, the Lord ever faithful, we come to you this evening. Lord, for the past 100 years, we can only say thus far the Lord has brought us. Lord, assemble here are your leaders drawn from different parts of this great nation, Zambia. As they deliberate on different issues on the suitability of our laws, Father, we pray may your grace and your wisdom rest upon. Lord, we commit and pray, committing our Vice President before you with the guest of honor for this important occasion, that Lord, may your wisdom rest upon her. In the name of Jesus, bless the Speaker of the National Assembly and also bless every dignitaries who are present here with us. This we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
We may be seated. The Right Honorable Madam Speaker, I wish to recognize in your presence Her Honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia and Leader of Government Business in the National Assembly, is Mrs. Mutalina Mango. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker, Mrs. Malungo Chisangano. Former First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Catherine Mugala, who is here present. The Honorable Government Chief Whip, Honorable Stafford Mulusa. Leader of Opposition, Honorable Robert Chifunga. Cabinet Ministers and Provincial Ministers present. All Honorable Members of Parliament, all former Members of Parliament, Secretary to the Cabinet, I worship the Mayor of Lusaka, Clerk of the National Assembly, former clerks of the National Assembly, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary and her representatives, former senior members of staff of the National Assembly, senior representatives from the Ministry of Defense and the Zambia Army, directors and deputy directors from the three arms of government, the Zambia Army Brass Band, sang the national anthem for us, Zambia Army Pop Band, Zambia Army Defense Choir, as well as the National Assembly Choir, the artillery troop for the fireworks and salutes, invited guests from the three arms of government, members of staff of the National Assembly of Zambia who have worked together to organize this event, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I now wish to call upon the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Ngulube, to give us his welcoming remarks.
The Right Honorable Ms. Nelly Muti, MP, State Council, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. I honor the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia and Leader of Government Business in the House, Mrs. W.K. Mutalina Lumango. Honorable Malungo Ed Sangano, MP, First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and chairperson of the committee that was responsible for putting all these things together. All cabinet and provincial ministers here present. Honorable Catherine Namugala, former deputy speaker. I also recognize Mr. Ernest Mwansa, deputy chairperson of committees, now deputy speaker too. All honorable members of parliament for whom this event is about. Permanent secretaries from our office, the office of the Vice President and other senior government officials, all deputy clerks, the deputy clerk procedure, deputy clerk administration, deputy clerk corporate affairs, and all members of staff of the National Assembly. Members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I simply say good evening. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia management, staff, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like, Madam Speaker, and I honor the Vice President to warmly welcome you all to this very important occasion to commemorate the centenary of the Zambian legislature. Let me seize this opportunity from the outset to thank all of you for coming to this very important event, without which, obviously, it would be fruitless. We do not take anything for granted. We are very grateful that you could come and join us to grace this very important function. Madam Speaker, and I honor the Vice President, as you may be aware, the establishment of the Legislative Council of Parliament took place on 23rd May 1924. Therefore, today marks 100 years of the existence of the Zambian legislature. This also makes the Zambian Parliament one of the oldest continuously functioning legislatures in the Southern African sub-region. As a serving clerk of the National Assembly at this historic moment, I'm deeply privileged to join you all and other invited guests in witnessing firsthand this great milestone. It is humbling to be associated with a centenary celebration that it gives me and all my staff greater impetus to work even harder to ensure that the National Assembly of Zambia is able to save the needs and aspirations of our people for the next 100 years and beyond. I honor the Vice President and Madam Speaker. Allow me at this juncture to give brief highlights of the legislative accomplishments of the National Assembly of Zambia since its inception. I hasten to state that these are just major highlights. Between now and September 2024, a number of activities and programs will be arranged, not only involving serving honorable members of parliament and former parliamentarians, but other key stakeholders and the citizens at large, to reflect on the successes and failures of the past 100 years. The history of the Zambian parliament, as we have indicated, dates back to 23 May 1924, when the first meeting of the Northern Rhodesia Parliament took place in Livingstone. At this point, it was referred to as the Legislative Council, or simply LEGICO. The Legislative Council was established for the administration of justice, raising of revenue, maintaining peace and order, and good governance in the British Protectorate. It was also a follow-up to the European demands for a responsive government that would mainly accord white settlers a larger voice in the running of affairs than had been the case during the British South African Company. On 24th October 1964, I honor the Vice President and Madam Speaker, Northern Rhodesia became independent state of Zambia and a republic. This brief, therefore, outlines a few selected legislative accomplishments in the National Assembly of Zambia from 1924 to date. The National Assembly of Zambia in the last 100 years evolved through 12 legislative councils and 13 parliaments, with the current parliament being the 13th. So below are just a few highlights, just so that these will act as a reflection of the debates that are going to ensue between now and September, which are going to culminate into a marathon, which Madam Speaker will speak about. At about 1924, Northern Rhodesia was handed over by the British South African Company to the British government and became a protectorate under direct colonial rule. The first executive and legislative council were then set up in 1924. The first legislative council comprised the governor as president, 9 appointed officials from the executive, and 5 nominated members. We jumped from 1924 to 1964. This saw, Madam Speaker and the Honourable Vice President, the renaming of the Legislative Council to the Legislative Assembly, which consisted of the Speaker and 75 elected members of Parliament. 75 elected members of Parliament, of whom 65 were from the main row and 10 on the reserve row. Within the same year of 1964, the Legislative Assembly was renamed the National Assembly, which consisted of 1 elected Speaker, 75 elected members of Parliament, and 5 nominated members. In the same year, we witnessed the election of Mr. Wesley Nyirenda as the first African and Zambian Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. In 1966, Honourable Vice President and Madam Speaker, we saw the amendment of the Constitution to increase the number of cabinet ministers from then 14 to 16. This was followed by another amendment of the Constitution in 1967, which saw again the increase in the number of cabinet ministers from 16 to 19. In 1968, we saw and witnessed the election of Dr. Robinson Nabulyato as the second Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. In 1969, we had a constitutional referendum which was held on the 17th of June 1969, whose purpose was to seek public approval for Parliament to amend entrenched clauses in the Constitution with a 2/3 majority. At the time, the referendum was passed with 85% voting in favor. In 1970, Madam Speaker and Honourable Vice President and Honourable Members, we saw another amendment of the Constitution to delete any limitation on the number of ministers to be appointed to Cabinet. In 1973, we saw another amendment of the Constitution to make the Republic of Zambia a one-party state. The new Constitution then provided for 1 elected Speaker and 135 members of Parliament, which ushered in the Second Republic. In 1988, Honourable Members, we saw the election of the third Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Dr. Fanyanga Matale Mulikita. In 1990, we had another amendment to the Constitution to enable the Republic of Zambia to revert to multi-party state, and this was on the 17th of December, which, as we all know, ushered in the Third Republic. In 1991, we had the enactment of the Constitution by Act Number 1 of 1991, which provided for the National Assembly to have 1 elected Speaker, 150 elected members of Parliament, and 8 nominated members. Again, within that same year, Dr. Robinson Nabulyato was re-elected as the 4th Speaker of the National Assembly. In 1996, honourable members and invited guests, we had another amendment of the Constitution to, among other things, establish an electoral voter roll and to put in place a new electoral process. In 1998, we had the election of Honorable Amusa Katunda Mwanamwambwa, may he so rest in peace, as 5th Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. In 2003, we had the establishment of the National Assembly of Zambia constituency offices, which to date we have about 45 that have been fully constructed. In 2006, we had the launch of Parliament Radio Studio at the Parliament buildings. 2007, enactment of the National Constitutional Conference, the NCC Act, which defines, of course, its composition, functions, and powers. In 2010, we had the unveiling of the new community building at Parliament Buildings. 2011, election of Honorable Justice Dr. Patrick Matibini, State Council, as 60th Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. 2012, we had the official opening of the Media and Visitor Center. And 2016, the enactment of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act number 2 of 2016, which provided for the increase in the number of MPs from 150 to 156. And the Act, as we all know, also provided for a Vice President for the Republic to be a running mate to a presidential candidate. In 2018, Madam Speaker, we had the official launch of Parliament Television. 2021, we had the election of Ms. Nelly B.K. Muti as 7th Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, becoming the first woman to occupy that position. As I go towards my conclusion, I honor the Vice President and Madam Speaker and honorable members and our guests. Apart from just these few highlights that I've mentioned, we've also had a few administrative changes to our rules of procedure. In 2016, we provided for, or the Constitution indeed provided for public participation by allowing citizens to petition the National Assembly to initiate an amendment or repeal of legislation or petition of any subject matter. In 2021, in the standing orders, we also provided for the famous matters of urgent public importance, allowing honorable members to raise issues that are important and require urgent attention. And this one has still been revised and improved upon. In 2024, this year, Madam Speaker, and I honor the Vice President, we recently adopted standing orders to provide, among other things, honorable members, a full rollout of sector budget analysis by all portfolio committees. We've also, for the first time, provided for the establishment of a committee on women parliamentarians from a caucus. And we've also provided for a committee on disasters and risk reduction. And also provided for a committee to deal with Constituency Development Fund, the Enhanced Constituency Development Fund. So today, Madam Speaker, and I honor the Vice President, the Zambian legislature commemorates, as the moderator has indicated, 100 years of its existence. The recounting of the legislative accomplishments of the National Assembly in this brief clearly shows that the institution has contributed immensely to the governance of the nation throughout the First, Second, and Third Republics. Since its establishment in 1924, the Zambian legislature has transitioned from being called Legislative Council to the National Assembly. As I now hand over the mic to the moderator, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank our honorable Vice President on behalf of my team, management team and staff for gracing this occasion, the members of Parliament, former speakers, the service providers, the Zambian Army, the media, and everyone that has made this function possible. This is the first of its kind in the history of Parliament, and we had no comparative activity with which to mark against anything that we were to do. So on behalf of my team, Madam Speaker, and I honor the Vice President, we thank all of you for coming to join us in this momentous occasion. I thank you.
Thank you. That was the clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Ngurube. At this point, there is a special song that has been composed by our very own staff from the National Assembly. The centenary song to commemorate the 100 years. Let us welcome the National Assembly Choir.
The
dedicated sons and daughters of this soil who have served as speakers of the National Assembly. Give us the music. Banyanga muligita, banyanga muligita, amusamana manga, amusamana manga, matiki matiri, matiki matiri, May, the Legislative Council of Zambia is established, later to be known as the National Assembly of Zambia, whose main mandate would be to preside over matters of lawmaking and also to approve proposals of taxation and public expenditure. One of the mandates of the National Assembly of Zambia would be to give the central government constant check, constant scrutiny and review. Over the years, the National Assembly prides itself in so many parliamentary reforms. Over the years, we have created a platform where everyone would access information.
National Assembly Choir.
Created parliamentary constituencies officers, the establishment of the Parliament TV and the radio, Parliament Radio, which provides the public access to live parliamentary debates. So many things have been achieved by the National Assembly over the years. And now we also are grateful for the gender-sensitive appointment of the first ever female Speaker of the National Assembly, Madam Nelly Musi.
Order, honorable members. Order. A point of order has been raised.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I raise on a very, very serious point of order, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order number 1, which talks about how to celebrate 100 years of an open and inclusive legislature, Madam Speaker. The point of order, Madam Speaker, is this choir, the National Assembly choir, the defense choir, Madam Speaker, are they in order to celebrate this milestone while seated and not dancing, Madam Speaker? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
My ruling is the choir is out of order. May the choir now dance.
Composed by the National Assembly Choir. A round of applause to National Assembly Choir. That was ingenious. They deserve an award. At this point, it's a rare honor for me to invite honor the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, Mrs. Mutale Mango. May we all rise, please, as she comes to give an invocation. I honor the Vice President. You may be seated. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have not risen on a point of order, or maybe I should, because I thought Munia Zulu should have been dancing here. Honorable Munia Zulu, where are you? He is not here. He's out of order. My role is to pray, and it's a great honor to be given this part to pray to the living God, to invoke the presence of God. The Right Honorable Nelly B.K. Muti, State Council, MP, FAPRA, I was saying FAPRA, Fellow of Public Relations Association, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Malungo H. Sangano MP, First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, and Chairperson for the committee, organizing committee for this function. Honorable Moses F. Moyo, MP, Second Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. As you can see, Madam Catherine Namgala, former Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Cabinet and Provincial Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Clerk of the National Assembly, Senior Government Officials present, Staff of the National Assembly of Zambia, Members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As we gather today, order. Thank you. As we gather today to commemorate 100 years of the existence of the Zambian legislature, let us call upon God Almighty to continue giving us life, strength, and wisdom to work towards our vision of becoming a legislature that is more responsive to the people's needs. As we execute the legislative, oversight, budgetary, and representative functions, we acknowledge that the past 100 years have presented both challenges and opportunities which our parliament has used to complement national development, including its contribution to ensuring that Zambia maintains its status as a beacon of democracy and constitutionalism in the region and beyond. We salute the gallant men and women who have diligently served our august house by advocating for a virtuous Zambia. We applaud and commend them for their sacrifices and struggles in making our legislature what it is now. Their legacy will continue to serve as a guiding light to illuminate our path to navigate through the complexities of the modern world. Looking back today, we celebrate the key milestones our legislature has achieved, from the pre-independence struggles to the dawn of independence. Having evolved through 13 parliaments to date, each milestone represents triumph of the Zambian human spirit and an enduring commitment to spur greatness and prosperity in our nation. As we commemorate the achievements of the past 100 years of rich parliamentary customs and traditions, we are mindful that a new era has dawned upon us, which is defined by boundless possibilities, requiring us to embrace the spirit of innovation and the power of technology to forge a future of prosperity for all Zambians. We believe that this is a sure way for us to solve the many social, economic, and political challenges that confront our nation. It is my petition, therefore, that this centenary celebration will help us to reflect on our shared heritage and the kind of leadership we want to leave behind. Today's commemoration also gives us the chance to rededicate ourselves to the noble cause of service to our nation and to inspire the new generation of leaders. May it remind us of the solemn duty entrusted to us to uphold the principles of democracy, to safeguard the rights and freedoms of our citizens, and to build a just and fair society founded on our shared values and principles as enshrined in Article 8 of the Constitution. As we start the next 100 years, let us be deliberate to usher in a stronger and timeless legislature that will spur national development and better life for the present and the future generations. May God bless this parliament, members of parliament, and the parliamentary leadership as we enter the next century. God bless Zambia. God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, the Vice President. At this point, due to time, we'll call upon Right Honorable Madam Speaker to come and give us a keynote speech. Speaker. We may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On account of time, I'll quickly go through the speech. Her Honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, Mrs. W.K. Mutalina Lumango, Honorable Malungo H. Sangano, MP, First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Cabinet and Provincial Ministers present, honorable members of parliament present, Mr. Roy Ngulube, clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia, former presiding officers present, former members of parliament, senior government officials present, staff of the National Assembly of Zambia, members of the press present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's not yet good morning, but I will say good morning in advance because I won't have that opportunity again, and welcome to your parliament. It is with great honor and pleasure that I address you as we host our national flag to commemorate the centenary of the National Assembly of Zambia under the theme commemorating the heritage and centenary milestones of the Zambian legislature from 1924 to 2024. 100 years ago, history was made when the Legislative Council was established in Livingstone, the first capital city of Northern Rhodesia, to administer justice, raise revenue, maintain peace, order and good governance. Since then, the national legislature has undergone notable reforms and developments which have made Parliament more representative, transparent, accessible, accountable, and effective in the core functions. Despite some challenges, today our Parliament has become a cornerstone of democracy and a central institution through which the will of the people is expressed. Laws are passed and government is held to account. We need to celebrate this achievement. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it is a fact that 100 years of existence and advancement of our legislature is no mean achievement. In recognition of this achievement, we saw it fit to organize this commemoration to enable us pause and reflect on our shared parliamentary values, principles and heritage, and to create a sense of unity and solidarity as we plan for and look forward to the next 100 years. As we do so, we reflect on our legislature's contribution to the socio-economic development of our nation, as well as to recognize its centrality of our legislature to Zambia's democratic governance architecture. This centenary celebration is a grand opportunity for us to not only introduce our children, youth, and wider populace to the rich history and operations of our legislature, but also to highlight our journey of nation building and democratic credentials. Therefore, as we reflect on the momentous occasion, we are reminded of the sacrifices and struggle of our forefathers and mothers who dared to dream of a Zambia where justice, equality, and freedom prevailed. We pay tribute to each one of them for the vital role they played in shaping our nation's legislative landscape. And for this, I want to recognize Dr. Kaunda, who has also celebrated in his death 100 years. Your Honor, the Vice President, honorable members, certainly the 100 years journey of the legislature in Zambia is indeed a remarkable testament to resilience, progress, and transformation. From its inception as a colonial legislative council, the National Assembly of Zambia has evolved significantly, emerging as a robust institution that embodies the principles of democracy. This transformation has not been without challenge, yet the legislature has continuously upheld its mandate to represent the interests and aspirations of the Zambian people through its three broad mandates of legislative, representative, and oversight. As we celebrate this centennial milestone, it is crucial to acknowledge that the journey towards building a more prosperous, equitable, and inclusive society is a collective endeavor. The active participation and cooperation of all Zambians, irrespective of their creed, ethnicity, or political affiliation, I repeat, political affiliation, is what brought us this far. The sand used to build the main building of our parliament was collected from all the 10 provinces of our country, demonstrating the oneness the National Assembly gives as a people's house and a sibling state organ representing all corners of the country, from Chavuma in the northwestern province to Lundaz in the east, from Lambwe Chomba in Kaputa, Luapula province, to Washishi in Lukulu of western province, from Feira in Lusaka province to Dundubwenzi in the southern province, from Luano in the central province to Shiwangando in the Muchinga province, from Malole in northern province to Luansha in the Copperbelt province. Therefore, by working together, we can ensure that the legislature not only reflects the diverse voices of the nation, but also drive forward policies and initiatives that foster social and economic development for all. Your Honor, the Vice President, honorable members, before I conclude, allow me to take this opportunity to announce that effective 23rd May 2025 and beyond, this day will be commemorated as the Parliament Day in all the 156 constituency offices at which the members of the public who interact with our members of Parliament and staff in line with our Pillar 2 of our strategic plan for public participation. As I conclude, let me state that this anniversary not only honors the remarkable progress and dedication of the past, but also serves as a reminder of our ongoing commitment to growth and improvement. The journey ahead may be demanding, but with the same spirit of perseverance and innovation that has brought us this far, we can confidently face and overcome future obstacles. Let this celebration inspire us to continue striving for excellence, united in one mission and vision for a brighter, more prospective future. May God bless National Assembly of Zambia and our beloved nation of Zambia now and for generations to come. I thank you and wish you all a happy parliamentary centenary celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I invite Madam Speaker to proceed to hoist the flag. Sorry, Madam Speaker, we can turn this way for you to go and hoist the flag, and you'll be led by our 2 officers from National Assembly. May we all rise, please. Thank you. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So we are now going to make 3 cheers. When I say cheers, you also repeat after me. To the Republican President, cheers! To our honor, the Vice President, cheers! To the Right Honorable Madam Speaker and all members of Parliament, cheers! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! May the drinks be served, please. National Assembly Motel and Catering. May the drinks be served. Announcing now the departure. We remain standing. We remain standing. Pop band, Zambia, defense, pop band, just get ready after the fireworks. Pop band, get ready, but don't start playing. Yes, just wait, just get ready. A round of applause for the hoisting of the flag. We may be seated. We may be seated. We may be seated. At this point, we just wait for the finale of the fireworks to be complete, to be done. Okay, now we are going to have pop band and the defense choir, please. Defense choir, get ready. Defense choir, get ready to entertain us. Defense choir, please. Let us celebrate. This is a momentous occasion. Defense choir, please, come and do a song for us. Thank you, thank you. Okay, defense choir, we're getting ready. A song, a celebration song, defense choir. Defense choir, please take the stage. Thank you.
Chitoyanga ni kulimba kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima ufu kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima ufu walile chitoyanga ni kulimba kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima ufu kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mutima ufunane sanonere moneo hokomane kalile walile chitayanga ni kulimba kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mutima ufunane sanenere mwana wa mama katia kate ni kulimba hatu wakani wanamkombati kama tindineo ipo mtima kama iwara kutindeo imango sunga mtende kama iwara kutindeo imango sunga mtende hatu wakani wanamkombati kama tindineo ipo mtima kama iwara kutindeo imango sunga mtende koma iwara kutindeo nimango osunga mtendera mama karaye ta hokomande hatu wakani wena kopati kama tindineo ipapima kama iwara kutindeo nimango sunga mtendere kama iwara kutindeo nimango sunga mtendere hatu wakani wena mkombati kama tindineo ipapima kama iwara kutindeo nimango sunga mtendere kama iwara kutindeo nimango osunga mtendera mama. Nema minatirimba yisorimba pia bwana wa mama nisorimba tirambuye kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima ufuna kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima ufuna timatokoza mbuye timakwatira mbuye kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima ufuna kama mulungu ndiye asiwa zimene mtima ufuna mama vile nikulimba maiwanga okoma Yesu kiwa koma ye kadiye asiwa mai tu
Thank you, Defense Choir. Thank you. Her Honor and Madam
Sitani kulimba.
Thank you very much, Defense Choir. We are ending. Thank you.
Hawasa.
Thank you.
Hawasa. 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 Afalo. Hawasa.
Thank you. Defense Choir. Thank you. May we all rise for the national anthem to end the occasion. Thank you.
Yes. Hapa vintu vonse.
Flag on the occasion of the centenary celebration of the Legislature National Assembly of Zambia this morning, and so the National Assembly has actually turned 100 years.
Yes, very colorful event, Claudette, and we did witness seeing Madam Speaker hosting the flag, and we have had quite a number of activities lined up for this event. It marks the beginning of the celebration of 100 years of the National Assembly of Zambia. We did hear speeches from the clerk of the National Assembly, where he was giving the history since 1924, where we're coming from. The legislature, Claudette. And as we speak now, Madam Speaker, together with the Republican Vice President, have just taken leave, going back to the chamber. And it's been a momentous occasion, I must say.
Yes, it has been, and so more events will follow from now until about September as we celebrate 100 years of the National Assembly. And so this marks the end of this occasion. Today, we started yesterday. We're now in the next day, which is Thursday, the 23rd of May, 2023.
Before we leave, we did talk about the phobia that you have when it comes to...
Well, please. You want everybody to know that I've got a phobia to fly?
So you couldn't even come out from where you were hiding from.
Okay.
But anyway, I understand where you're coming from, and it's good to know that you were not part of the fireworks display, which was very colorful. I'm sure viewers out there look at the way the events has been, and just look at the big flag that has been hosted by Madam Speaker, and I'm sure this one will be a landmark. Wherever you're coming from, you'll be able to see the Zambian flag, which will show that this is the House of Authority.
Absolutely. So we'd like to thank the viewers, first of all, our esteemed viewers, for tuning in to Parliament Television and Radio, because we're live also on our Parliament Radio. We'd like to say many thanks to our technical crew, our production crew, for ever being so, helpful. And that's Her Honor the Vice President almost taking leave, and she's been accompanied by the government chief whip, and we've also seen there in picture the first deputy speaker, Honorable Malungo Chisangano.
And Claudette, before we leave, and we must mention that we've seen members of parliament from various diverse, from the opposition, the ruling party, also coming together. We know that parliament is on recess, but members of parliament have been busy going out various committee tours, and because of the significance of this very important event, we've seen members of parliament today coming and commemorating of this very, very important day. And we must also thank the stakeholders that we engaged just to share with us their expectations and also what it means. And one highlight for me is the freedom fighters. These are the people that were there, they've witnessed, and they've seen how our parliament have evolved. So we should take heart and say thank you so much to the young people as well that took part in this production, in terms of voices, adding, also wishing National Assembly happy 100 years.
All right. With that said, we'd like to thank you for your time, and bye-bye for now.